Hello, everybody. See the new digs? Look at this guy over here. He came prepared today. All right. Uh, anyways, it finally came out, and I am so beyond ready to play Mouse PI. If you didn't tell, pull out my playlist. The swinging playlist. Now, I might have to, let's see, depending on how the game is set up. Hold on. Mouse PI, where are you? Here somewhere. No? There it is. It's just called Mouse. Anyways, if there is a streamer setting for audio, I'm just gonna play mine. Play my playlist. We'll see. Oh, no, no, no. Okay. That looks good to me. Is it supposed to be showing up in the background? Because, do the brown wax cylinder. Wait, what? Well, I mean, I guess if the view bob's out of hand, I might turn it off, but music's still not coming through? Yeah, it is. It's just coming through something else. And I'm not going to complain. I guess we'll see what that does later on. I could fix that. Whoa, wait, what? Why'd it go? Just because I clicked off of it? Okay. It was alarming. Hopefully that helped a little bit. Upscaling. Yes. We would do this. We'll keep it on balance for now. His black and white should be able to handle a lot of these effects. It's a sound. Well, if it still sounds too loud, let me know. I mean, I can always even just do one of these jabbies. Just a little scooch there. This. Let's start at normal difficulty.
It was the last stretch, and I was starting to get serious deja vu.
Crazy to think that I was old enough to see the
Now,
transition
where
of
did
the
that
old
bastard go?
series cartoons disappear off the TV and go onto like Boomerang and shit. Oh, I'm chasing somebody? Um, sure. Kind of wondering how well the controller works. Okay. Who's? Show me. Really?
Yeah, opening the door ain't rocket science.
Nice. Hold on, can I climb? Or do I have to get up there another way? Aha.
Jumping with style.
What's... Okay.
My joints ain't what they used to be.
You just pick it up automatically, or...
First aid, the secret weapon of a good detective.
Right tool for the right job.
So now there's just one of you, huh?
My mitts. Oh,
Wasting my time.
it just came out of nowhere.
Come on.
I switch over to the Xbox controller for this.
Finally.
Joystick is smoother on those. Did it save? Okay, good. Oh, no way. Okay. Yes. I wonder if you're using your tail. Smashing keeps you rushing. What do you mean? Oh. So you can pick them up and throw them at people too.
Uh-oh, we got company.
I might like to aim better with the keyboard and mouse right now. Here's a tail. There you come. These guys are bullet sponges, huh? I have to pull off as many headshots as possible. This door? No. Definitely look around. Big deal, demo? No way.
It's over. You got nowhere left to run.
I run toward the dream! A bright future ruled by big mice!
Oh, you absolute...
Hey,
Hell.
So it was about 2 to 3 shots. Shoot him in the head. The hell do you hide? Hey, wait a... Get out of my face, fool! Oh, I'm out of bullets. I'm gonna have to beat him. Nice. Hold on a second. Guy with the gun's gonna come right after I kill these guys. I should have gotten bullets. More of them out there. Shit. I have to get used to this black and white, believe it or not. Give me a club or something. Oh, you fucker. Shoot me in the back. How do I kick? Nemo melee. Do I have any more health? Oh. In right here. Did I survive? Or is there gonna be one to come up and shoot me in the back?
that?
That's nice. One of us gonna do that after every major fight. Can I break these? Nice. That can be too much DPI? Yeah. Put them in the middle.
Guy's got stamina, I'll give him that.
Pick that up. Pick it up. Ooh, tricky. Little Bobs. Yeah. Oh, Bob. Ooh. Around me. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. It's so fast. I just can't deliver them headshots fast enough. Normal's no joke. They really take bullets. A whole lot of them.
And another. What is it with this guy in elevators?
There's a lot of elevators, huh? That was a secret? I mean, I guess. People just kind of blast on through, huh? Not like a Halo secret. Somehow get yourself behind a mountain. Wait. Why? Oh. Really? Well, I'm coming back to that one, huh? This one doesn't have move restrictions. Oh, I'm an idiot. Did not see this one. Okay,
We'll make
here.
it to the end, huh?
At least give me lots of health.
Stop right there! Hell, he's way too far.
I can hear you just fine, you meddling mouse.
Really? With the engines and the wind?
Don't care.
Fair enough. I'll be there in a blink, all right?
Don't
Not a
care.
chance. This is
That's
the
why I
end of
can
the
leave,
line
because
for
I
you.
just don't care.
We'll see about that.
Shoot him! Oh. Uh, uh. My mitts. Or did I not drink or eat that? Drink that?
You're acting a little too
Doesn't
hard.
look like my health went up
This
at all.
is where you fall down.
What a crabby.
Oh yeah, Astro, do what you do. Pretty good so far. Gotta try to get as many headshots as you possibly can get though.
Some falls don't begin in the sky. They begin in quiet rooms, with friendly voices and fondue bottles. Mine started a few weeks back. The sky was just...
Hold on one second. Messing everything up over here. I can't click off the screen. It's gonna bother me. My OCD over here. I'm looking over at this screen. So it's like I'm looking off screen and it's fucking with me. What are you looking at? Whoa. Come on, it's unlocked. Let me have it. I need to flip it. Let me flip it. What is wrong with you? It is unlocked. Fine, I'll just move myself over to the other side of the screen. Fucker. Oh. Fine. Fine. Ew.
exit wound. It began with a call. Routine. Familiar. Wanda from the Mouseburg Herald. Usually she swings by the office with a lead. If it pans out, she hears it first. Simple, really. She gets her story, I get a few bucks to stockpile cheese, and for a moment, Mouseburg gets to breathe easy. But that day was different. She was tight-lipped. Meat on sight, details later. Had to be someone big. Recognizable. The kind that only says, oops, when they remember their mortal too. Something within me, old instinct, baby, said turn back. Let this one go. That this case was more trouble than it was worth. But, well, trouble is what I do.
Gumshoe.
Jack, over here.
What's this about, Wanda? Care to toss me a cheese crumb? Or are we doing our usual tug of war?
I can give you more than a crumb, Jack. I can give you a magician.
A magician? What, like some wacko waving a stale mozzarella stick in front of a bunch of bored middle-aged mice?
Something like that. But this one disappeared mid-show, right in front of a handful of surprised mice. Some say it's a kidnapping. Others, I figured it might interest you. Goes by the name Magnificent Vandal, or whatever.
Vandal? As in Steve
They said
Vandal?
Vandal.
One and the same. You know him?
Vandal the
You can
Vandal?
say that. All right, I'm going in.
Hold your whiskers, Jack. You're not gonna get past the yellow tape without cred. Or a pass. Here.
But it's you in the picture.
Let's just say the officer guarding the backstage is, intellectually innocent.
Give it a shot.
Yet. Hmm? But what? Which cop? This cop? Oh, okay.
A lot of heat for one crime scene.
Or not. What cop? Where? In here? Oh.
No entry without an ID.
Oh, here you go, officer.
Oh, looking great today, Miss Fuller.
Oh, you.
Tell LT I'm wrapping things up now.
W all around voice acting for everything. I love that shit. Hey, secret? Key. Gimme. Oh.
All right, let's get this over with.
Clue, a clue. Old pages are stained with cheese to an unsettling degree. Most of it's Mouseburg, general upper crust. But one name stands out. Betty Do Fiddle. Stand-in assistant. Complete with her home address. Could be worth a visit.
An address book. Huh. Steve had an assistant, and she lives nearby.
Hey, you do it in there. Oh. Wait. Oh, okay. I was supposed to take a picture of the phone.
Life's treated you pretty good, Steve? All right, the coast is as clear as it's gonna get.
Hmm. Must be where I came in from.
Of course.
Only schmucks give armored D-packs. Grab any and all to protect
Flies
yourself.
always swarm rotten cheese.
Rival cheese. What does that even mean? Give me all the cheese. Ooh, dang. That's armor. Okay. That's what that was. Oh, yeah? Charlie Pepper. Pepper Jack. Can't go on that one, huh? Oh, that's a sign. Take that. Uh-oh.
That was a speeding ticket for sure.
I thought so. Nice. There's 2 health. I can go back to now. 3. Hell yeah. Oh, okay. Stink bugs have been coming out. Oh, shit. How did I miss that one? What a fool. Nice. Ooh, look at all that. Look at all that gold. I'm ready for a Tommy gun. Anytime. Tommy needs Tommy gun. Hmm? You know, that's a secret. Very nice. Hmm? Is there any... Okay. Whole room. That's pretty slick. Always saving bullets. Always. Now the question is... Which way do I go? Which way do I go? Oh. Jump. Dash.
Damn shinglers and their explosive barrels.
Really? Huh. Okay. Where though? Whoa! Holy shit. Ah, I see. Poor guy. Okay, so I'm supposed to go this way. Question is there anything that got unlocked? Or is there anywhere to go? At the bottom. Oh, okay, so this is where I came in at. Then I went out that window. Okay. Got it. Yes. Pop 'em and drop 'em. Pop 'em, drop 'em. Razzle my dazzle. Hey, how they overlap like that. I'm sure someone will fix that eventually. Whoa! I didn't know they can go full sprint like that. Holy shit. Run from me, will you? Oh, really? Huh? Do nothing? But it's not gonna come in handy later, and I fucked up. Well, I guess I don't need it, so can't open it. Hey, you, come over here. You mince me. See? Mince me. Nothing but wax. Oh shit. That didn't help me, huh? Oh shit. Oh shit. That rage mode they got is crazy talk. Oh, fuck you. They can throw rocks at you? So they effectively become shooters themselves. Nice. Shooting through stuff. At least they counted for that early on. Like right away. Not saying that at least they did, but some games you can't shoot through stuff.
Going down.
Haha!
No other way around.
And I love the fact that they all carry just a little bit of bullets. When in doubt, it's not like Resident Evil and they give you like 3 bullets and 10 zombies. I'm just joking. It's one of the only games I use as a fair comparison of unfair bullet to enemy ratio. It's effectively almost like a 1 bullet per enemy. And that's still a little bit of an over exaggeration, but it feels that way, especially when the village started. 8, was it? Yeah. What would I? Oh, it's a secret. Okay. Yep. It's upsies. Uppies. Nope. Um, do I shoot these guys? Okay. Just old people doing their thing.
Hey, watch it.
That's a big
Excuse
change for
me.
once. I thought everybody was gonna try to kill me. Came across. Don't count. Aha.
Coming through.
I can't. I wish I could, but I can't, buddy.
Hey, never heard
Excuse
of
me.
patience?
Ever heard him
Pardon
move?
me.
Yeah, welcome to public transit, bub.
Yeah. Nice, you get a little bit of slide action. Hate to do this to you guys, but I'll have to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna play this while I'm gone. I don't know if it's gonna last the whole entire time, but we'll see.
How did this happen?
We're living in a nightmare, Danley.
Well, what are people saying?
One man was saying, help, 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 I'm burning. You there with the microphone, help me. I'm in the car burning, help.
Fascinating. Keep us posted, Ryan Lee.
I'm going to go to lunch.
If you're just joining us, nothing matters anymore. We sent Megan Lee Fox to investigate. Megan Lee. You're live, Megan Lee.
What?
Never mind. We're going to go now to a parentless bird. This bird has no parents that we've seen. Its life is in shambles. When asked, the bird had this to say. Speaking of birds, let's check in with our eye in the sky, Timothy Chalamet. Timothy, how's the traffic looking?
There's zero traffic up here, Danley.
That must be nice. I'd love to get my Dodge Camry up there.
The heavens are empty.
The war in everywhere continues to rage on. We go now to our war correspondent, Pedro Lee Pascal. Pedro Lee, what can you tell us?
The Applebee's is closed.
Like?
It's not open. You can't get in no matter how hard you scream.
Where are people getting their food from? Seems like they're dealing with a quick life-ending explosion. Let's take this moment to go to a commercial break.
Are you old?
I'm old and ashamed.
You should be, and for $1,500 a day, you can be the parent to this bird. You'll receive this commemorative Iran-Contra affair tote bag. Call 555-BIRD-DADDY, because birds need $1,500 a day, too.
And we're back with breaking news, a huge discovery just off the Gulf of Water. Let's send it to Dimily Moore. Dimily.
Stanley, you are not going to believe this.
I don't. The cost of life has doubled in the last 7 seconds. To make sense of this, let's bring in our financial advisor, Jaylee Z. Jaylee, what do you tell a single mom of 9 in Idaho who's just trying to pay her bird bill?
Does she smoke?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Rolling right into sports, here's Morgan Lee Freeman.
Stanley, I feel I need to take this sports moment to address the truths that people are accusing me of. Think about it. If I did what they say I did, then how come I'm denying it? This is a total witch hunt. And I am the witch, minding my own business, doing my witch things. And I will no longer hide that part of my life. No, sir.
God, I love sports.
Perfect timing. Oh, I loved. Cut away to sport or the news real quick. Their chest going in there. Feel the smoke clears. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Uh-oh. Should have held the moment. Fucker. Haha. Yeah, get ratioed. Oh shit, I'm about to get ratioed by that sucker. Oh, him running. There's still a health up there. Your pace, see? Bring it. There. Where did you go? I don't trust it. Come back behind me. Shoot me or hit me in the back of the head with the bat. Hold on a second. Hell yeah. Okay, so F is kick. Ah. Oh my god, so many bullets wasted on those fuckers. Ah. Poison. It's Persian. Secret. Where do I go? Which way do I go? Son of a beach. Beat your ass. Beat your ass. Beat your ass. Kick it, kick it, kick it. Why won't I kick? This was a waste of health. Beat your ass. Got your ass beat. More like it. Aw. So it was either... Which way was the right way and the secret way? You know what I mean? Or were they both the right way? Flat foot, take a hike.
Yeah, this is the place.
Fine, I will. I won't like it. Wait a minute. Okay. So that was... No? What's going on here? Oh, okay. We gotta try. Oh, you're a weirdo.
What in the...
I know her, right?
Jeez Louise, lady. You're in pieces.
Yes. Oh, Steve was so good to me. And now, without him, I just can't pull myself together.
Well, I mean... Never mind.
Yeah.
I'm looking for Steve.
Stay on
Well,
point.
who isn't? He went puff, and now some mobsters or other are trying to get the money they lost on the show. We're ruined.
Hey. No one's gonna hurt you. Anymore. All right. Any clue who'd want Steve, you know, disappeared?
Who wouldn't? But apart from the small gangs and the mobsters and the crazies and the girls and the police and the...
Okay. Let me just stop you right
And
there.
then? No end up.
No. Give me the first thing that comes to mind, all right? Go.
Ooh, the party!
Not really the best
And...
time to celebrate.
No, the politicians, the big mouse party. Yes, sir, he did rub shoulders with them
Betty
more
the
than once.
Fiddle.
He did like them haughty perfume girls and
Is that a
boys there.
puppy?
But he likes the politics more. Just ask the stage designer.
Which stage designer?
The stage designer. He tagged along with Steve and his
He
new
wants me to
buddies
play
and
with this
did some
chewy.
gigs for them.
And him.
He's
I
working in the
know.
opera mostly.
Maybe we'll take a break and do that.
You could have started with that.
We'll do it on
Makes me
stream too.
stink of crime.
At the
or
3-hour mark or
cheese.
something. I don't know.
I had to go back to the office and figure out which.
About 20 minutes or so, I'm going to take an actual break. So, regular break. Mouseburg Herald. One of the recent Mousberg Herald issues. This one briefly recounts the history of cheese legging and its surprising evolution into car racing. When the number of smugglers began to dwindle, many former drivers decided to go somewhat legit by organizing races through the wetlands and the outskirts of Mousberg. There was only one rule. They had to turn left at every opportunity. Instead of just going around in a circle. That was a secret? Wait, yeah, get. Okay. To fight my way to my car. Hold on. Nothing else open up? Hmm. Am I going the right way or the wrong way? I think I'm going the wrong way. Let's go to Mouseburg. Oh, another way out. It's so fucking excessive out of nowhere. I'm stuck! Help! No! I'm so stuck between a plant. I should just let myself die. No! Huh. Ah. Yeah, I guess. No! Why did you save here? No! Beach.
Jack, over here.
No! Oh, that's a major flaw they need to
What's this
fix.
about, Wanda? Care to toss me a
Holy
cheese crumb?
shit.
Or are we doing our usual
I have
tug of
gone
war?
back quite
I can
a
give you more than a
bit.
crumb, Jack. I can give you
Oh.
a magician.
A magician? What, like some wacko waving a stale mozzarella? Give it a shot.
Hmm. 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 Did it save here? I'm just wondering if there's anything I could do. Come on. Get me out of this bush. Come on. Something. Anything. Start beating. Yeah, take that. That. See? Meh. Wah. Ooh! Wind him up. Ow, right in the kisser. I punch myself. Bummer. Oh wait, we got a couple of different autosaves here. Hold on. 41. Do this one. Hell yeah. Uh, 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 uh. Dude. I know I may be not the best aim, but them hitbox just a little tight. Just a little bit. Yeah, I know. Anybody that's a bad shot, human error, input error, I get it. This is my assessment though. Okay, just checking to make sure I'm not missing any secrets. There are a lot of them. And there's obvious secrets, and then there's secrets. Secrets on my secrets. The people on my people. Sometimes.
When it comes to big shots and celebrities, Wanda might have some pointers.
What's
You?
shaking, Jacko?
I don't think I'm going to waste any money on ammo. Ooh. Upgrades. Lots of upgrades. Joel Blunt. Or Joel. Ooh. A whole sack of baseballs to throw at people. I'm assuming that's what it means. Eats me spinach.
Guess Tammy's little workshop makeover ain't quite finished yet.
What's that person doing? All kinds of messed up back there. Match begins. It's split into 2 innings, turns, divided into 5 rounds. The first inning you play as the batter, and the second you switch to the pitcher. I was wondering where the Caravan Palace song. You're the batter, pitcher, and vice versa. Okay. They have it, and the opponent can also play a second card in tactics which boosts the second, like their player's ability. Same with me? Or just them? Your hand, bottom screen, 1 player and 1 tactic. Okay. Discard. Each turn only ends once you select and confirm at least a player card. Let's discard this one. What do I discard? This one? R? Okay. I didn't want to get rid of that one. Okay, whatever. Pitcher throws the ball and the batter takes a swing. If the batting skill is high, then the pitching skill. The batter hits the ball and becomes a runner, heading for the nearest base. The batter misses, they're out. Tactics are used, the values are added to the relevant player then. Abilities. we got a 9. Oh. Yeah, should have started off heavy. Wasn't even their cleanup hit. I'm loving it. Playing this little baseball and card game right now. I definitely recommend people to buy it and play it. What's this guard here? I'm gonna go for it. Get him out of here. Get the card out of here. I have one on base, so about the best pitcher for this one. Oh, he's got a 9. Might. What was that? Oh, so close. Is it gonna be a tie? It's gonna be a tie. Hey, happens to everyone. Give it another shot or mouse around for more cards to boost your chances. Well, I mean, I guess I didn't lose anything, but I didn't win either. Papalina, Papalina. It looks like he's ready to take a dump.
So, what's up, John?
Oh, you know, same old, same old. Plenty folks drinking, not a whole lot of them paying.
You wanna bind or something?
Oh, gods, no. And I ain't looking for no handout neither. They ain't crooks, Jack. Just brokers.
John Brown.
Then why keep serving them cheese? You know they'll just slap it on the tab and you will be waiting forever for the cheddar.
They're my folks, mostly. Shrews, you know?
Oh,
and when
yeah.
you're lucky enough to
Shout
open
out
a bar,
Astro.
you look out for the little guy.
Yeah, sure, but the little guy has to pay one day, right?
Somebody's paying. You, for one.
Me back here. Ooh, what you making? The dough. It looked like. This one's really simple. Secret. What we got here? Little guy. Little guy. The dude.
In my eyes.
The little guy in my
And
pocket.
I wasn't leaving without him.
Mini me. Glad I went in there.
Damn, gotta whip up a new retro kablama. This Spike D crap breaks like it's on a
Retro
schedule.
kablam. Sweet, sweet, sweet. This is my pad. Where's the gumshoe sleep though? On a couch? Oh, okay. There's bed. Okay. Evidence. Brings nature's pure power. Reduce your flesh today. Personal space. You don't move no more. Vibe. Hold on, double check. Anything? No. Okay. Worth checking. There's
So,
Wanda.
Jack, did you pick up anything useful on your VIP trip to the vaudeville?
Not much to go on, but I met Bandel's assistant. There's this stage designer, see?
Roland?
Roland
Yeah,
who?
see?
Roland, the stage designer. Nobody ever remembers his name, so they just call him the stage designer. Quite the specialist. He can make anything, from tiny shrew-sized dioramas to huge catapults hurling limelights all over the stage.
Well, that's something. Shame you didn't bring him up sooner. Could have saved me some time. And bullets.
Jack! Hey, if I'd have
Nope.
known Roland was involved, I'd have told you. It's like the movie trailers. You only shout spoilers after you've seen the movie.
Yeah, well, either way. Step one's charting what I've got. This mess won't organize itself.
Right? This takes me back. Always wish I could play a game that looked like this. In this type of fashion. Believe it or not. It came at a good time. The city is definitely a really good example. Pin your vaudeville clues. Where do I do that at, though? At my pad? That was already there. The only other place I can go. There we go. A crime wall. Welcome to the crime wall. Here you can view active cases and associated clues. Clues collected in gameplay will be added to the carousel when opening the crime wall. Unassigned clues are stored in the carousel. Collect clues and resolve leads. Keep going to solve your cases. Alright, Bandle, what do we know? What do you say, what do you know, what do you know, what do you say? Okay. Uh-huh. Inspect. Yes. This. The stage designer who used to run in Bandle's circle might know something. Old pages are stained with cheese to an unsettling degree. Most of it's Mouseburg General Upper Crust. Okay, we already read that one. Resolve lead. Solving leads are crucial to solving cases. Once enough clues are assigned to a case, a lead may be discovered. Resolve the lead to figure out where to go next.
Off to the opera, then.
Can do. Where's it at then? Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna take a break real quick. Then come back. Play some more of this. Okay. Where are we? Can we cut out this one? No. Yes. Oh my goodness. Oh. Okay. Where were we? Off to the opera. Opera! Oh. Okay. What? Whee! That's great. Oh my god. This game is awesome.
Me and the Mouseburg Grand Opera. Hate at first sight.
Smoke break. Hold on. Oh man. Those roll-ups. Oh, buddy. I thought he was like bouncing down the road like a seal on his
Hey,
belly.
is Roland working tonight?
Roland? Oh, the stage designer. Yeah, he's upstairs, chewing the fat with some extras.
The fat, see? Stay away from that guy. Ooh. Can I? Really?
Say, big guy, any way to get upstairs without rubbing shoulders with the crowd?
Oh, you want to get in? Maybe. If you're ready to cough up 30 clams. You game?
Do I have that?
All right, fine. Here you go, sport.
Oh, I got
Don't
plenty.
mind if I do. Hop in the trolley, good sir.
The what?
Okay, what if I shoot a good guy in the back of the head?
Why is it always locked doors and ominous moaning?
There's some noises. Ooh, big bucks. Oh, I guess not. Look big.
Pretty sure the fire department
can't pick
frowns
that
on
up?
stuffing firecrackers
Okay,
into
okay.
wooden attics.
Yeah, the hit boxes, the collectible boxes, whatever. All that needs to be fixed up a bit. Is this really necessary? Mad. Oh. Okay. Well, at least I messed that up. How do I use... Okay. G for Granada. Granada.
Hey! Give me a hand here, will ya? Yeah, damn. Thanks, pal. This is really... Ow! What the hell was that for?
Standard
Why did I
procedure.
smack him?
Little sucker punch before questioning never killed anyone.
What kind of cop are you?
A former one. And a curious one. Word is, your type was Steve Bandle. I got
Yeah,
questions.
a punch,
and you
good
got a
measure.
favor to repay.
Just in case.
Guess I owe you that much. But not here. Those bastards who locked me up here could come back any second.
You didn't do this to yourself?
What? Hell no. It was them damn
What?
extras. Came out of nowhere. Roughed up the performers, swiped their costumes, and dragged me
I
up
might be
here.
an idiot.
They say anything
Peppa.
suspicious?
Name. Jack
I
Peppa.
mean, something about preparing for killing Stilton during the intermission and loading a big gun. Must be some lesser-known operettas.
Wait. Stilton. As in Cornelius Stilton, the mayoral candidate Stilton?
I don't know, man. I don't keep up with politics. I just finished a 20-hour calibration on a stage cannon.
You moron. They're no extras. And they ain't prepping for a show. There's Stilton. And there's the big gun. Judging by them bootsteps. So much for staying incognito.
I don't need that yet. But I put them away. Good. Shotgun. Gimme. Oh, yes. Oh, even more dynamite. Oh, might as well. Loving that. Totally normal wall. Nah, no way.
The city's buzzing with people. Just not the kind I'd put on the guest list.
Get over here. Ah, I should look. Ooh. He dabbled in this and that, washed some dough, lost some too, but he was heading for the big money. Something's off, Jack. You gotta take this one. Yeah, I had to take it. Bills don't pay themselves. So I went and paid the crime scene a visit. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Oh, I didn't need that. Oh well. Come on. Can I get him the trigger? Uh-oh. There's gotta be some bad guys coming. There has to be. Yep. I don't trust it. All these extra explosive barrels for. Oh, for this moment? Yep. Oh, shit. Me never. Oh, shit. It's me? Oh, missed it. Ooh, little me. Now, do I go out in the street or... Definitely don't go out there. The only door that's lit up is the one up there. Oh.
Feeling a little stage fright creeping in.
You know, I forgot all about the grenades in that last little fight.
Where the hell did they come from?
Safe? New bad guy? He's got a bomb. Guess I have to walk around and find out, huh? The fuck? Where is that? Oh, there's a sniper up there. Yeah. Yep, get out of my face. Can I? Haha! Sure can. Oh shit. Is that the same one? No. Bro, what the fuck? Oh wow, they do teleport around. The fuck? Die, fool. Oh my god. I wish I would have known that. I might not be dying right now. All that health I left behind. No going back to get it now. Oh, that's right. We still got boot. I don't always have to get out the mitts. I always forget about the boot. I swear those give you more health than the regular ones. Oh, you shit. Oh, I even noticed that guy over there. Oh, because they teleports too. Come on. There's no way I got the other one. Really? Are we sure of this? Whoa! Give him the boots. With the foot right in the face. They will love it. I need a couple saves built up.
Almost there, Jackie.
Never feel safe with just one. Oh, I'm out of bullets for this. Ooh, hold on. What's this? What's this? Secret cheese.
Oh, you gotta be kidding
Oh.
me.
What if you were able to jump that? Best I can do. Point blank range. Sometimes I drop bullets. That's right. Boop. Well, I know you won. Take it. Can I eat that cheese, by the way? Oh, I can't. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I didn't know that. I'm making the game so much harder for myself. Don't use the cheese. Savor the flavor. Oh, hold on. Hold on. What's this? Hmm? Hmm. Nothing? Bummer.
Ah, namaste, traveler. What brings you to this ancient place of learning? It's a basement. Under a brand new opera house.
Semantics ain't gonna get you across that death trap, Chief.
It's a shallow pit. Full of garbage and...
Look, pal, you wanna learn? Or do you wanna stand there flapping your gums? I got deep stuntman thoughts to ponder.
Yeah, all right. Enlighten me, maestro.
Now, listen
Lit
closely.
air notch
This
pile.
here's an ancient technique passed down by a legendary stunt guru back in New Rotterdam. Changed my life. Cost me 3 ribs, but changed my life. Here's the deal. When you jump, just act like you didn't. Clear your mind. No thoughts,
Act like
no
you didn't.
fear, no gravity. Then, when you forget your midair,
Ooh.
jump again.
You
Works
just
like
give
a
me double
charm.
jump?
Gotta be the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Nah, that's dumb work, Chief. The great wheel of infinite cheddar. You just gotta believe. Now get out there and defy physics. No
Just
need
gotta
to thank
believe
me.
in yourself.
Sure, why not? Certainly trusted worse advice.
That's... will do. I'm assuming. Up, and no! Crap.
Wings don't work till you trust the fall.
Son of a
And I
bitch.
can get you flying.
Parkour. Yeah? Ooh. Burn myself. Or the cheddar. Health back here and ammo.
Back on track. Now with new tricks. Alright, let's shut this thing down and make it nice and useless.
What? What do I do? Oh.
Jack Pepper saves the day. Somehow starts an actor's strike.
Wait, what? Oh shit. Ow. Burn myself.
She's crazy. Must be some other thing.
Bitch. Kick it. Shoot it. Kick it. Why is it? It ain't dead. I was gonna say, what? The health bars look pretty dead to me. I kind of gave up on dodging her there for a second because of it. Hey, give me that. What? Anything else? Anything on her body? Making sure I'm not forgetting anything. I have a feeling it wasn't out of there yet. Possible.
Hot, 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 hot. Oh.
That's a dog. There's a Dozier dog. Bestest boy. Hat. Goofer? Get over here. Get closer. Wow. Point blank range with the shotty. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, okay.
Almost there.
Oh. No better. Fuckaroo is that? Oh. I can no longer go that way.
So close and yet no cheese stick.
Wait a minute.
A better
Am I
ending for a
trapped?
private
Leave the drama for the pros, eh? Just give me...
One of the older Mouseburg Herald issues. This one features a lengthy piece of history and possible future of Shrew Thicket, a small yet thriving village mostly inhabited by shrews. Alas, while the little rodents are running quite the business, they're also causing quite a stir. More and more mice are starting to wonder if they're getting the short end of the stick by receiving the same pay as the shrews. Some predict that this may end in more than a simple wage dispute.
A second.
Heard?
There we go.
Oh, you freaked me out.
Thanks, pal. I almost got roasted back there.
It comes with the territory. You step on stage, you get roasted. Anyway, you saved my skin back there from those extras, so, quid pro quo.
Told you they weren't extras. These were real bad guys with real bad intentions. Now about Bandle.
Look, Detective, I'd love to help, but...
Aw, my bad. Hold on a second. I was gonna make the chat box just a little bit smaller. It's kind of big. Just a little bit. I'm assuming people will still be able to read that.
I don't know
Anyways,
much. We mostly just knock back cold ones
I
downtown.
keep forgetting I can't click off.
Besides, it's not like he hasn't gone
Wonder
off
if
the
I
grid
can do
before.
something with the
Not like
display
this. Not
settings.
mid-performance. Steve doesn't just vanish. He orchestrates it, turns it
If I make
into
it
a
windowed, I might be able to,
This,
well, windowed border
this is
with.
different.
Click
Known a long
off,
time.
back and forth.
We went through hell together. Back in the old world.
Sometimes.
Wait. Damn!
It can be a little
Jack
hack
Pepper?
for games
The
that don't
trench
let
sweeper?
you do it.
I'm touched, but let's not do the highlight reel now, okay? Look, you don't know where he is, fine. But you gotta know something. Where he goes, what he's into lately.
Well, he's been keeping to himself mostly. Doubt he's ever brought anyone home from Tinsel's. But when he's had a few cold fondues, he gets into some real fringe esoteric crap. Even mentioned having a lab under his mansion, sworn to secrecy on it.
Secret lab, huh? Sounds like a long shot, but... You know where that mansion is?
Sorry, Detective, but he's been worryingly private. Selective about who gets close.
Yeah, figures. Thanks for the intel, stage designer.
Yeah, good luck. And bring Steve back.
I had my next stop lined up, but not a clue where it was.
Just make sure. Okay. I want to drive around a little bit. Covered bridge that sunk on one side. Maybe it'll get fixed one day because I'm seeing something over there. It's unlocked, maybe. Huh. What's this? Is this looks like Cuphead's domain. Looks like that, where that one merchant is at. Why not? Ooh. I have to buy those, don't I? Let's see. Enough money to buy some of this stuff. But is this just for the card game only? Or is it for me? Guess I'll grab one and find out. Speed boost would be worth it. It's a little faster, maybe. This game is such a vibe. I love it. It should let you do more stuff, like sit at the bar and have a drink or play on the piano and stuff. My immersion. Can I speak to you? Oh, that's right. No? Exit. Where do I go? There's really nothing else to do here but buy stuff. Okay. At least for now. I've been there before. I swore I've been there before. Unless that is a completely different tavern. I'm just getting them mixed up. Another one. Let's see. Is it exactly the same? Or a little bit different? Okay, so it's kind of like a headquarters type thing. It's maybe a little bit different. That guy's not there, at least. This person wasn't here before, but can't interact with him or anything. I'm sure they'll expand upon the roadhouse. We'll even be able to play some darts. Just little things like that. Do you sell anything different? It's worth checking. Nope. Thanks. There's some cheap ones down here. What the hell are these, by the way? Oh, these are cards for that game. Okay. What do you get for playing that game, though, you know? Well, money for what? Bullets? I'm sure there'll be some unlockables added to the game eventually. More unlockables, I should say. Same thing, huh? Yeah. Alright. To the home.
Haven't seen Steve in ages. No idea where he's been living these days. Best I just start laying down the clues.
Access backstage. First, let's clues. A clue, a clue.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's pretty on the nose. Where is it? I don't know where it is.
And give the car a proper wash. I'll be here for a bit.
Corny. What's he doing here?
Okay. True gumshoe never sleeps on the job. No, you can't sleep yet, at least. There's no reason to. Yes?
Jack! Good to see you, buddy.
Likewise, Cornelius. You are in a surprisingly good mood for someone who just dodged an assassination attempt.
Oh, well, comes with the territory when you're chasing high office. While that whole affair at the opera was most unfortunate, it was ultimately good for business.
No kidding. How so?
Ah, you were a real wild card, my boy. Quite the performance, as always. You put those goons right in the spotlight, and now they're ducking for cover. Good for me, great for the polls. What were you doing there in the
Great for
first
the
place?
pool.
Chasing a magician who vanished off script. Boom, gone. Not just any magician either. The magician.
Steve Vandal, the
What?
Vandal.
Steve's gone?
Like a fart in the wind. And now I'm stuck following a trail of stale blue cheese crumbs.
Stank ass.
Most interesting. So, what did you find?
Not much so far. Just running down places he might have slipped off to. You got any ideas?
Oh, I know Steve's hangouts, all right.
Of course you do.
Better yet, I think I know just the one you're after. He did some soul searching at that mansion on the outskirts of Mousepit. The address here.
Why, Cornelius, you just made my job a whole lot easier.
Well, you did save my life after all, right?
Yeah, more than once.
Head to Vandal's secret lab. Oh.
Jack,
Wanda?
so, I hear you made quite a scene.
Yeah, tell me about it.
On the contrary, my dear Pepper, you tell me. What'd you uncover amidst your big stage debut?
Well, turns out our missing magician had some skeletons in the closet. And it wasn't just Betty's. Get this. Apparently this scoundrel has a secret lab.
Oh, where is it?
I don't know.
Underneath
Wouldn't be a
his
secret now,
mansion.
would it?
At least that's what the stage designer claims.
Well, what are you standing around for then? Go sniff out some clues. Spoiled cheese, evil lab rats, whatever you can dig up.
You're not my boss, right?
You're not my boss. I'm going to tell on you. Ooh. I think it's ready, guys. Not ratatouille or nothing, but I think it. Yeah, we got everything down here. Now, that be by car? Guess so. Yeah, we don't need that controller. They're vibrating on the table, making awful sounds. Ah, fuck. Hey, how am I supposed to get over there? Cool. Wait. My obstacles are my illusion.
All right. According to Corny, the entrance should be around here somewhere. Where the hell did those lunatics crawl out from?
Hold on a second. Hey now. My secret. But hold on.
An outhouse. That's a low-hanging one.
Okay.
Holy flush. We're moving.
Oh. Oh, that means I missed something up there. Hold on. We're going back up real quick. If I can. Nope.
Stevie
What
boy,
it is?
what exactly were you up to?
I think I was off to a secret area. Shit. Don't trust it. Come on, use. You know what you is good for use. Yeah, what's a shot? uh,
Follow the white cable, Jack.
really? I don't need any bullets of any kind? Well, it's bullets. Switch for a while. Might as well. Looks like I'm not going to be able to get back up there. Okay, so do I go that way or do I go this way? I think I'm supposed to. Okay. Copy. Oh shit. Bow. Bow. Hi, dog. You can come up here. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. If you can make it. Hi, dog. Here. Come over here. There you go. Aw, you're so sweet. Oh my goodness. I see a boss fight. Do you see a boss fight? I see a boss fight. I see boss fight, dog. Do you? Do you? Hi, sweet boy. Oh my goodness. This is good boy. Some dare say bestest. You're good, Astro. Same, dude. It's hard to not get just pulled in whilst trying to shoot and keep on point and locked in. I'm sure it's like watching an actual like movie for everybody else. I'm watching it, but also like trying to defend myself at the same time. That guy in there. You see him in there? He gonna hurt me. Yes, he is. He is though. Oh my goodness. That face. Yes. Yes, you are adorable. I know. Yes, you are. I know. I know. It's so exciting. Yes, it is. Even Bongo Kitty's excited. Yes. What a face. You're so cute. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Okay. We got the encouragement. Are you ready? I think I'm ready. Okay. Let's get back to it. Goodness. How can I? Can I be ready? Oh, you're gonna step all over me now. Oh. So you know what? Oh, armrest. Good boy. Just joking. I am not using them as an armrest. Trying not to use them as an armrest. Yeah, come up here, you. Oh, you're gonna throw stuff at me. Fuck you. I hate when they do that. What do I do with you? What do you think, dog? It is the most adorablest. Adorables. So when we don't fight that thing, when do we... I can't forgive myself. I just can't. My mind keeps drifting back to Betty. Enough to make me shelve my work on the unknown, bringing her back. It wouldn't be some parlor trick in the memory lane. No, you can't turn back the river. Can't unring a bell. Still, if I had a chance to ask her one question, the only one that ever counted, the rest smeared with fondue. Cheese. Cheese is always the answer. Varnisher. One of the older Mouseburg Herald issues. This one recounts the rise of Steve Bandel. We stormed into the magic scene with a bang, a newcomer to the world of illusions. Bendel is a mouse of great promise. His tricks are drawing big crowds to vaudeville. Vaudeville? Shows and even theater stages, and of course, like any true prestidigitator, he's joined prestidigitator. He's joined by a stunning and heart-stopping assistant, one Betty Lynch, a young part-time singer and part-time actress. Before I do this boss fight, I'm assuming it'll be a boss fight. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. So I already played it before. I'll play it one more time. God, I love sports. Who knows? Your pet could have been a famous president in a past life. Ah! You wax, see? Nothing but wax. Dude, this thing's making me laugh every single time I see them. Oh, I'm happy to share them. Oh my god. More to come. I'm breaking all your shit. Get out of there. Fight me. How do I get through here? I gotta break something. Search the lab. Maybe I put... Oh, I didn't push it yet. Hey. Whoa. Come at me, bro. Ooh. It's a zippity doo zip zappity doo da. All day long. Oh, it's like acid gun? I'm just whitewashing them. Bleach. Bleach gun. Oh. 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 This is great. W bleach gun. Wow. Get out here. That's weird though. Bird needs $1,500 a day too. I'm old and ashamed. You should be. It's how mom is struggling the bills. Does she smoke? No. Too bad. They won't let you into the Applebee's no matter how hard you scream. It seems they're suffering a minor endemic explosion. I know. Oh my god. Secret? Secret? Who's got the secret? I got the secret. Up, up. Who killed the dog? It looks like a dog, don't it? Probably a mouse. Mouse world, fool. Mouses only. Hold up. What? I don't think you're meant to be able to do this. It's like pretty much skip a whole portion of the game right there. Guess that's a speedrunner secret. No. Maybe. They came across here before. I guess it doesn't really matter because you'd end up having to go past it. I don't know if that would make it a secret or not. Hey, how do I get out of here? Unless this is a different area. No, it's not. Wonder if I came down when I wasn't supposed to? It's still telling me to search. Oh, hold on, what's this? Hmm. Okay.
Oh, don't tell me I gotta get that running again.
Bring it! Pow! Pow! Point blank! Pow! Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's an explosive barrel. Shoot it quick. Thank you. Damn, dude. Oh, shit. There was somebody in my door right there. Damn it. Deserved. No. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's a wire. Something crawling up my leg.
Oh, don't tell me I gotta get that running again.
Oh, eventually. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Jump. Run. I don't believe it's over. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's a whole bunch of them. Help! 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 I'm going to die! No way it's over. Holy shit. A whole bunch of them. Oh, I could have jumped up there, huh? Yep. All else hiding too. What do those do? Do I shoot them? Oh, maybe they're of a grenade? Nope. No dice. Poison on my poison. 100% chance of dealing poison on poison. For poison. What's that one Morrowind meme we made about 100% chance of something to do with poison? I can't remember what it was. Oh, for the poison gun. Oh, that makes sense. I'm gonna pull that thing out. Oh shit. Here we go. Whoa, okay, we'll switch up real quick. Send them grenades. Stop wasting your double jump. You fool. Any health? Just chilling. Oh shit! That was a directed energy beam. Oh, what's up? Welcome in, Alien.
Great to see you back. Dive into whatever.
Wait, what? Alexa's chiming in too. Everybody's joining in the party. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, so this is protection. But for how long? Damn. Ah! Nope. Run! Both over there. Whoa, we are all over the place now, are we, huh? Huh? Whoa! Whoa! Ah! Make it make sense! Help! I need some help! Oh, oh nice. Our cousin's coming over. It's her birthday. Oh, you're so cool.
Mozzarella on a stick.
I don't
This
trust
thing looked an
it.
awful lot like Steve's old stage girl.
Great to see you too.
Master.
I'll do this. It's fun, but it is hard. I mean, granted, I'm playing on normal, but normal is... It's up there. Okay, so that is... Yep. It's from a Persian. Oh.
Master.
Someone just call... Is there an Igor nearby?
Master, would you kindly...
Isn't it though? Italian. Rubbing alcohol. One of the older Mouseburg Herald issues. This one celebrates the spirit of progress, showcasing the latest inventions and standout innovations from the past decade's New World's Fair held in Mouseburg. Featured among the marvels are fireproof asbestos suits for firefighters, inflatable emergency airplanes, and a smorgasbord, I love that word, of culinary creations from the renowned brands under the Spike D umbrella.
Master.
Smorgasbord. I need smorgasbord of some health. Thank you. At first, though, I thought it was like bleach. I mean, about anything extremely caustic. A devarnisher. So we still have to search this place, huh? What are we searching for, though? Am I going the wrong way? I keep thinking back to that angry octopus.
Master.
I am on the search for Bandel the Vandal right now. He's the bad guy with this board. And I'm just a detective trying to piece together all the clues. I gotta drive around town and solve things and kill people. And then I go back to my place and piece it all together. I keep forgetting about the cheese. I'm sitting there running around looking for health, and I probably have a whole bunch of it.
Okay, that definitely
Cheese
is
is your
something.
portable health. Yeah, I haven't seen you stream in a long time. Pretty sure I'm still following you, though. I think. Oh, no, I'm not on Twitch as often as I used to be watching. Oh, for the love of all that's holy, I'm fed up with these stinking morons. I brought them into my home for a little cover. Maybe some labor. Maybe. Just maybe. A bit of material for the experiments. But turns out that kind of chaos is tough to wrangle, let alone control. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Fiction's off the table now. Might have to seal off the underground. Oh, is that where I'm at? That's where I'm at. That's it. Ow. See? You get the whitewash. See? Don't mind if I do? I love the tail lockpicking. Wait. Oh. I think I can go back. Money, 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 money. Oh, okay. That was the door I was trying to kick open a second ago. I like the rubber guns. They're so flappity.
Well, it's working. Whatever it is.
Hypnotoad? Flappy gun. Reminds me of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The animated gun later on. The nerve to die here. Can you imagine? What a filthy... He whined about a drunk shrew spilling string cheese hooch all over the carpets. But one thing he said piqued my interest. And not just one. I'd stomach one filthy shrew, but he had a buddy. Barely made it to the lift. And the smell, I tell ya. Oh, that smell. You smell that smell. Go quick. I don't trust it. As soon as I jump. No? Making sure I don't miss anything. Full. That's gonna be a fight. Oh, it was a fight. Okay.
Another one? Please tell me they didn't go for the rule of 3.
The same thing I fought a moment ago? Oh, great. Oh, great. Don't touch me. Get off me. Oh. I need to jump more often. With no room to move. All super evasive. Help! Of course. And she's just gonna throw them out in huge clusters at me. Oh, don't shoot her, or don't punch her. Woo.
Mine's already gone, sweetheart.
Shoots a what? It's just, you know, it's just whitewash, it's a bleach, it's varnisher, it's, yeah. It's a little corrosive today, I'm sorry. It tends to melt people, sometimes.
Hell of a mess, Steve.
Come on now. There's no reason to go down an electric suit, huh? Oh, great. I have to shoot while trying to evade the soup of doom. Who are these guys? Some full on everything. Other than bleach gun? Good. Oh. Teleports. Fucker. Right? Right in queue. Need some health. Some armor? In here. About a swing thing. Ooh. I had a lead. A shaky one, yeah. But still a lead nonetheless. Oh shit. Oh shit. Cheese me. Cheese me one more time. Anything up there? No. Ooh, you should definitely snag that game. I'm pretty sure it's online multiplayer too. We can Oregon Trail to Canada together with the zombie mode. Hold on a second. Secret lab. Am I going the right way? I feel like I'm not going the right way.
No.
Did I really?
Is this one of those moments
I sure
in life
did.
when my endless plumbing
Just
repairs
assumed.
actually pay off?
Who pulled the plug? Ah, fucker. Take that. It's my dad. Now what? Do I have to go back the way I came? You're confusing me. The bad guys were over here. I shouldn't assume too much, huh? Maybe I'm supposed to get over there? Got me. Yeah. Whoa! Is it safe to walk in the suit? No. It's for them. No entry. What? Oh.
This looks like the final stretch of that damn lab. There's gotta be some
Way
evidence
back
here.
right now. That was dumb on me. I meant to kick him.
More clues. Fantastic. Sweep the floors, he said.
Any health over here? Hiding? No! Wait. Ha ha. Okay. Yep. Womp womp. Good seeing you too. Have a good nap. Maybe see you later on. Time. Oh my. Ooh, you know what? Hold on a second. Might take a break real quick. Nope, that is not gonna happen apparently. I mean, I guess I can pause it anytime. Is that somebody right there? Come on out of there.
More clues. Fantastic.
Oh. It's okay. I'm doing alright. 100 health this time. Jeez. Gotta get past that part. Ooh, this got smooshed.
Now this, even for Steve, this is
Okay.
crazy.
Got a nice boss fight, I think. Yeah, it wouldn't be giving me all this stuff and then a save at the same time. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a quick break. Oh, quick-ish. Back and fight this boss. Alright. See you guys in minutes. I can't. Wise beyond words. That's old lady, huh? Oh, I did. Yeah, might as well. Uh-huh. Hmm. I don't need those, do I? Oh, what's this? Secret. Let me just put my tail up in here. Oh, do. Oh, oh no, I'm out of moves. Hold on, sir. I call bullshit. Wait a minute. No. How in the... Hmm. Okay, let's see. You just nudge right there. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, that's why. Schematic for what? Well, that's exciting.
Oops,
It's
I
gonna be
jinxed
boss
it, didn't I?
time.
That's on me.
Oh, for sure. Oh no, it's complete. Oh boy.
Yeah, well, the only degree I got is a pedigree in shootouts.
Oh! Are you serious? Back with these beans? You're just better at it now? Oh shit. Don't trust it. Oh, okay, they explode on... Get away from me. Yeah, you too. Okay, they're like little bullets in place. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah. It's just booty. Hell, she whooping my ass with her ass. Petunia. Robo Betty. I'd never. Oh shit. Oh shit. Run, you stupid fool. Well, that hurt me super bad. I hurt myself. Jump back. Hurt myself. Did I just hit myself with the sauce? Holy shit. Help me! Oh, I was getting health. I should have kept running. Womp womp. Oh shit. Just like that. Ah! Damn it. Become a better shot, Timothy. Throw a grenade. Am I out of grenades? Like I didn't get those. No, I did. I guess I don't have any grenades. Never mind. Shit! This is madness, though. Madness. So I do have grenades. Where are they? Why can't I get them out? Is it glitched? It is glitched. What? There's just so much madness going on. Where's that screen at? This is crazy. I'm gonna have to memorize all these patterns. What I get for not playing on easy, huh? Okay, so the screen is up most of the time? Question mark. She hates the whitewash. And the varnish. Yep. Tease me. Don't forget me. Where's the shield? Oh, okay. I guess it moves from time to time. A lot of cheese. Oh my god! They had me pinned! That booty do though! Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. She's so close to death. Come on now. I need some help. Woo! Holy shit.
Steve, when I find you, we're gonna have a long talk about your life choices.
An average dockside arrival card, dated 3 years back, signed by the Coast Guard and someone by the name Von Harzer. Mentions a huge submarine.
Huh. Coast Guard papers. Arrival signed by a Von Harzer.
Any secrets?
Name doesn't ring a bell.
Anything?
Time to find out why.
We'll need some help. This is the right way, right? Hold on. He's telling me to go down there. Might have been another door.
Even for
Missing
Steve,
him.
this is crazy.
Yep. Hold on. Okay. Ooh, hold on. Dynamite. What would those comic books do for you, other than something to read? Oh my. You know, don't mind me, I just parked my car in the back. That looks like it's sunken on one side. To me.
Guess an I owe Wanda a little update. Lucky her. What now?
Mind if I borrow a minute, sport? There's another issue I wanted to talk to you about. See, the shoes.
Ah, hell, Cornelius, not you too.
It's not like that, Jack. I'm simply concerned for our little brothers. I see there's been some weird
Disagreements between them and mice?
no,
Disinfectants? No way. They finally came up with something better than Spike D's stuff.
disappearances, Jack. They're in real danger. See, the shrews were always a thorn in the side of, you know.
The uptight and wealthy?
Just so. Anyway, a little bird told me that the shrews are disappearing faster than a shell's trench. I also heard that the police might be involved. No one knows what to make of it. But maybe someone should. Someone with a penchant for solving mysteries.
So, this is my cue to go and dig a little.
See, that's what I like about you, Jack. You always know when to make your move.
It's probably nothing, but might check out Clergy Row. See if the air's thicker than usual.
Clergy Row, huh?
See.
Oh, hold on. What about that? Turns out Steve was crazier than grape jelly on Kazumazu platter. Built a robotic version of his late assistant Betty. Cold metal, cold memories. Strange types sniffing about Steve's lab. Robes, symbols, vacant stares. Cultists, maybe? Question is, what do they want, and how'd they get here? An average dockside arrival card. Okay, I think we've just read that literally in the last 10
Unravel,
minutes.
schmunravel.
Schmravel? Okay. I think that concludes everything we can do here.
Well, don't leave me hanging, Jack. Did you see the secret lab? I got notes to take, so chop chop.
Then hold
Chop,
on to your tights,
chop.
Wanda, because that place was nuts. Robots, experiments, stuff I don't even have names for. How the hell did Steve afford all that?
Oh, money, Jack. The guy was filthy rich. Now tell me, did you find him? His body?
No body, but he did try to, recreate Betty Lynch.
The dead starlet? She used to be a stage girl before Tinsel Bros snapped her up, right? Wait. What do you mean, recreate?
Guessing her accident hit him harder than anyone knew. Hard enough to make himself a robotic replacement.
That's... ew.
What's up, Rankster?
That is, ooh. Calling it creepy is like saying Walla
This
boys
game,
are just
that's what's
kinda
goody.
into blue cheese.
Deep
Highly
issues
recommend
aside,
it.
got any real leads on Bandle? Come on, Jack, spill it.
Well, this might be bigger than we first thought. I found traces of Steve's dealings with, a techno
Alright, how are
group,
you?
I think. A bunch of weirdo mad scientist types.
Did you interrogate any of them?
They were long gone, but they did leave a trail of cheese crumbs, and what they were working on was out of this world.
Ugh, please. Sounds like more Bandle smoke and mirrors shrew crap.
No, this was something else. Eerie. Tail stiffening. Kind of stuff
Oh man,
that makes my fur
it's
stand on
like I
end.
was telling Astro
Well,
earlier, it's
if
kind
it
of hard
rattled
to
you,
be a viewer
maybe there's something
and
to
play
it.
at the same time
So,
because
what's the plan
it's
now?
like
Not
watching
sure
a
yet.
movie,
I need to think.
playing a
Rethink
movie.
even. Go over all
It's
the
that
clues
good.
I've got. Maybe poke around elsewhere. I'll keep in touch, all right?
Oh, you will. I'll see to that.
And it's fairly difficult,
Sup,
which I
Jack?
like.
Need a drink?
Make it a double, John. I got a new case, courtesy of an old friend.
Yeah? What is it?
Apparently, shrews are disappearing from their hood, like a cheese grenade. 1 minute there and poof, the next they're gone.
Ah, wouldn't be the first time, Jack. No, sir. Of course it's the smaller one's fault. Maybe they just grew
And
too
I haven't
big.
encountered
What do
really
you mean?
too many
Well,
bugs.
it's shrew
I mean, I got
thicket all
stuck in a
over
couple
again.
bushes earlier.
Didn't I tell you that story
And,
before?
I ended up
Ah,
getting out of it
you're gonna need
somehow.
a
I think it
refill for
was an
this one.
autosave
I
hiding. I
certainly
was
will
able
not
to
say
load
no.
up instead
The
of
drink's on the house.
the
But the
previous
story comes with a price, my friend.
checkpoint
I'm
or
a working
reload.
shrew. I'm happy to fill your glass, but my younglings need their supper.
You don't have kids, John.
Well, none the courts can prove. Anyway, shrew thicket. Ah, those were the days.
And a moment
We
ago I
did it,
couldn't throw
Jack.
grenades,
Carved
but
out a little slice of
ended up
shrew
fixing
heaven
itself.
here on this very soil. Ran legitimate businesses. Real honest work. Judges, bankers, coppers, businessmen. We had them all. All of our own ink. Nice homes, white picket fences, big families, all that jazz.
So what happened?
There is a scale in this world, Jack.
Dude, I've been
Invisible,
wanting a game like this to come out that was actually like
measures us
well
all.
done
When
for
you're a
years.
little rodent and you get bigger,
Now that these
there
like
is a
Steamboat
chance,
Willie
a
was
slim
IP
one,
was
but real,
open,
that you'll
people could
outgrow
finally do it.
yourself. Reach places you never thought you could. And in this world, there's always someone
Just a decade
bigger
from now, we're
who'll
gonna see all
clip your
kinds of
tail
crazy
just
stuff.
because they can. So they clip and clip until you're stuck at the bottom and
I
there
don't know,
ain't no
granted they don't
truth in
refile for their the
Maybe I'll
IPs
pour
be
myself one.
copyrighted again or whatnot. It's all so inky how that works. Let's try my new cards. Well, start high. All the time. Oh, really? Just like that? Hmm. Play ball. Gotta get rid of these two. Hold on a second. Yeah, let's get rid of that one. Wow. Two out there. Let's see. Oh. Good luck. Well, at least we got one on the board. Two. Let's go. Two more runs. And it'll be really hard for them to get me. Homer? Nuh-uh. Nice. Alright, now I have to pitch. Okay. Last time I got smoked right off the bat. I was saving for the cleanup hitter, but I want to go for it. See what I get next hand. I'm gonna get rid of that too. Nice. Get rid of that. Ooh. I don't know what that does, but I'm gonna try it. Ooh. Focus pitcher. Oh, we're gonna clean them out. Denied. Uh-oh. Gonna get one. Nope. Last one. That. Oh my god. Cleared them out. Pretty much a perfect. There's such a thing. Prize tokens to claim a unique reward. The cheese be with ye. Indeed. Nice. Oh, I need 20. Holy shit. Took a lot to get that one. Back to the car. Is this way? Wait, read the greasy notice. ballistics augmentation and noteworthy gains. Clip not packing the payload you promised? Tired of firing blanks when you need a real bang? Whether you're looking for a long barrel quick release or just something with a little extra kick, swing by my workshop. I've got a brand new piece of bang genius. Don't want to miss. Tamati.
The hell was she thinking?
Finally come. Yeah. Yeah, upgrades? Sounds good to me.
Are you out of your mind, Tam? Announcing something like that?
Like, what?
That little notice you posted. Banging genius. What kind of talk is that even?
It's about gun tuning, dummy.
Yeah. It's a what?
Bang! Ballistics, augmentation, and noteworthy gains. More bullets, better aim, you know? 'Cause you're old. I've been working on it since my wetlands days. You bring schematics, pop them in, and bang! Your gun's upgraded. Oh, I even came up with a banger ad. More bang for your buck. Huh? What do you think?
It's, it doesn't quite,
Jack!
No, but it's good. It's good. Great! Even, I'll use it like crazy. Like, right now, in fact. Young adults. Sheesh.
Wait a minute. Do I still need to talk to her? Or what? Let's see. Increased damage pushed back at max ammo. Reduces recoil. Fire charges up and fires a more powerful shot. Ooh. Increases damage, clip size, and max ammo. Reduces spread and recoil. Alt fire fires 3 quick, accurate shots. Fires a sticky blob of acid, which explodes after a short delay. Deals area damage and applies toxic damage over time. So it is acid. Like, you know, like acid wash jeans type stuff. Hydrochloric or I don't know. You melting these fools. I'm gonna go for the boomstick. Hold on. First 2 enemies hit, huh? Okay. Recoil. I don't know, man. Ooh. Pierce the first 3 enemies hit. Damn. I know I might have to just keep building on that boomstick for right now. But I bet you there's gonna be other weapons added to this. I'm pretty sure you get a Tommy gun, so maybe I will just do this one and then save 2 points for the next time. That take 3? Huh. Okay. Oh, it looks different too. Nice. Reminds me of Bioshock and Doom. Hate to joke, but I'm gonna have to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Let's see. What's another longer one I got here? Oh, this silly one. Alright, be right back.
When hunger strikes and you need a treat, Burger Blast is the place to meet. With juicy patties and cheese so melty, Burger Blast is where you need to be. Burger Blast, the place to be. Burgers so good, they'll set you free. Burgers out of this world, so tasty and unique. But what you don't know, they're from a planet you can't speak. The aliens have landed, they're using burgers to control the secrets in the sauce. That's how they take their toll. Burger Blast, the place to be. Resistance is futile, you'll be eating happily. With fries on the side and a drink to quench your thirst. Burger Blast, the alien plot to take over the earth. So come on down to Burger Blast and take a bite of the unknown. You'll be doing their bidding and you'll never be alone.
Come on down to Burger Blast today and for a limited time receive a free collectible hat with qualifying combo order. Burger Blast!
Literally just got back. All right. All right. Let's go.
Hey, you ever stop and think how things would be if you hadn't tossed my stepdad into the slammer?
Easy there, kiddo. Let's pump the brakes on the existential crisis.
Now, Jack, I made my peace, okay? I was just wondering, do you ever, second guess it?
Didn't back then. Felt like the right thing to do at the time, but now, maybe not so much.
Well, things turned out okay, right?
Right. Sorta. Kinda.
All right. I guess hop on the car and head on out. Went the wrong way. Let's see. You got anything different? Why not? Oh, just one? No, dude. I'll spend on these. I just need to know what they do outside of being just story time. What do they do? Anything? Hmm. Okay. There we go. I can barely read that. I'll come back to that later. It's just got collectible to read. Which is cool. It's lore to explore. Like a bank. Clergy something or another. Clergy row. Ugh.
It was time to stretch legs and peek into the row. Clergy row.
You can just eventually always just slump back into max and relax mode.
Please, I didn't do nothing. Please, don't hurt me, officer. 'Twas just a little cheese stick on the sidewalk. I ain't done nothing wrong.
That's what they all
Easy,
say.
pal. I'm not a cop. What's got you so jumpy?
Oh, them cops.
Yeah, serve, protect, all that.
No, they're rounding us up. Wham! Paddy wagon rolls in and then
Gone.
Gone how?
Gone. My buddy got nabbed for just being a shrew. Oh, okay, we've put up with that for years, but, word is he didn't end up in a slammer. Just vanished.
Damn.
Oh, damn indeed. Well, you watch your back. I'm getting out of here. To the wetlands or anywhere, really. Anywhere but here.
You! Hands up! I'm firing over. Looked like a cop, talked like a cop, but, wasn't really a cop. What the hell is going on here?
Hey, Pat. More you? Trust it. Get shot in the back.
Anyone home? No?
Ooh, another schematic. Very nice. Yeah, for lore, Dalton's Hard is Ashley's account, which we stream on together. And Astronaut's Food is our alt account where we do like nature walks and stuff. So it's technically mine. We both have one. We utilize differently. That way it makes sense if you see me in like chat or something. Should just turn the Mr. Adulting's Hard or something, I don't know. Because then it'll be really confusing while I'm streaming, wouldn't it? Or wouldn't it? I don't know. It might work. Uh-oh.
The police blockade?
Yeah.
They sure went big on this one.
What, you didn't like that? Like the shotgun grenade? Bam! Oh, that's nothing I can hide behind. Where are you going? Where are you going? Around the table? Around the table? Peekaboo. Shoot you in the shoe. I am a gun in the shoe. Oh shit. Who's that? Oh shit. Take that. That. I got my face. Why don't you run into this barrel? Oh. Yeah, I'm shit. My mitts. And with the acid. You've been washed, see? Is that Kitty? Kitty! Hold on a second. Seen Kitty in a minute. Hot minute. She will kick the keyboard down. She needs Kitty. Kitty. Hi, Kitty. I don't know if she's showing up. I kind of have to put my like arm behind her for her to show up. Oh my goodness, sweet lady. Oh my goodness. Kitty. Quick kitty break. Appease the kitty god. Kitty. Kitty's happy. Happy kitty. Kitty. Oh, kitty come to snuggle and go night night. Oh my goodness. Okay. Onward. Maybe. Hey, we get one house there. Ooh, some armor. That? Hold on. Secret. 2 health. A baseball card. What is his name? It says Jebediah? Jedediah Weathers. Weathers, a shrew with surprisingly 4 MBL history, neither a shrew thicket survivor nor a shady transfer with blue cheese in the background. Born and raised in Rotterdam, he finished high school, got picked up by league officials, and played 12 solid seasons before retiring to spend the rest of his days with his wife and numerous children in the new Rotterdam suburbs. A prime example that anomalies can happen anywhere. So ironically, I'm probably going to say it again around the time when it happens. I have an appointment at 4:20. Doctor on a phone. So what I'm going to do is switch over to that DJ booth I made and play some music videos for about 15 to 20 minutes. And I'll put something on the screen so if anybody's like gone for a minute and comes back, they know what's up. Like taking a phone call or something. Oh.
These cops
Brutality!
carry badges, but holy moly, they work more like mobsters.
Right? As I take this guy's money and shoot a whole bunch of guys. I can't save him, can I? Oh. I almost could.
What the actual cheese stick? Is the whole district this nuts?
Poor guy. Oh my god. Do they deserve it though? I mean, are they bad guys? Or are they just random people? Are they killers? Like the ones I'm shooting? Money's sitting right there. Can I? No? Or maybe there'll be a secret. There's gonna be a fight here. What's gonna trigger it though? Yeah. Whoa! Ow! Don't trust it. Where am I supposed to go anyways? Down there? But there's gotta be something up there. I'm nervous to go out there. Anything else? Oh, okay. I thought I could go up there. Didn't go very far. So many secrets. I love it. Ever had 100% armor and health. One of the older Mouseburg Herald issues features a loud 6-page expose by none other than Wanda Fuller, a stellar example of investigative journalism. This article de facto brings down one of the Mousberg mob families. The world probably won't ever be quite the same, right? That, well, I'm going after right now. Wait a minute. Oh, I thought. Just gotta do it. Whenever you see it. My immersion. Breaking all the things.
Yeah, that backpack is stuck totally by accident.
Oh. Like this?
Well, that's so good I should get 3 points.
Spinach? It make me see. Who am I beating? Struck to the film. Oh no, sir. This is silly. Oh. And the arms. Oh, that was great. Oh, there had to have been some armor back here. I swear. I passed a whole bunch up because I was full for a while. Let's see. I'm definitely gonna go back and look. Some right there. And bullets. Just health, okay. Just moments. Had to crack my knuckles. I told them whenever I take my doctor's appointment, the telehealth, I'm just gonna mute it and just chill here and do my phone appointment and put something on the phone unless you wanted to cool. I'll eat it when I do the get off here. Do that maybe, or I don't know. Unless you want to play for a bit. No? Okay.
Honchki and kielbasa.
Oh, speaking
All you
of
can eat.
donuts, fucking weird timing. She just offered me a donut. And it is a sloppy chocolate donut. Very wet chocolate glaze. Wet chocolate. And I don't want to eat that. Oh no! No! My armor. Oh my god. What do you think, kitty?
Police!
Wrong button. Fuck you, police. Oh. Break the shit. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Oh, such an idiot. Whee! I thought I didn't make it. One of the older Mousberg Herald issues. This one covers the troubling wave of worker strikes spreading across the country. Some blame it on grueling conditions in the munitions factories, along with the effects of the quite big affair as a whole. Others suspect it will all just be a ploy concocted by certain nefarious parties, ne'er-do-wells. Mousberg is not free from the bad ink, as the editor concludes in the article's punchline. We got in here anything? There's my laundry out here on the second floor. Like these single-use remote switch, shoot it down to trigger it. Buck hunt. Oh. The police station approacheth me. Magic. That's a fun word. Magic.
Let's see if I can get to the station without ending up in a ditch.
Couple drunk guys. Wow, that is tight. Oh, we shoot them. Okay. See. No? That's weird. What's the point of that? Maybe eventually. I shouldn't shoot any of those. Just in case. This. For the filing, peel your potatoes, boil them, run them through the grinder, salt and pepper, let it cool, fry and diced onion till clear. Let that cool too, then fold it into the taters. Put the tvorog through the grinder. The vorog? T might be silent. Add it to the mix. Stir till smooth. Cut the dough into 2 or 3 parts. Roll it out. Cut circles with the glass. Drop a teaspoon of filling in each fold and pinch into a pierogi. Kitty. Pierogi. Repeat. Keep a towel over the finished ones so they don't dry out. Bring a big pot of lightly salted water to a boil. Drop your pierogi in small batches. Don't crowd the pot. Once they float, give them 2 to 3 minutes more, then finish them out. This licks for good luck. Kitty. Okay. What is that? Hiruski Rogi recipe. Words. Check them out.
Now, the easy way, the quiet way, or the stinky way.
I guess I'm gonna have to go the stinky way? There is no quiet way. I assume the back way is the quiet way. Where's the sewer? Is this what we're talking about? Can I climb the tree? We just, Hey, come on. The stinky way. No, I'm good. Brother, no. Is there a branch in here? No, there isn't. I swore I was just going on little nub. Some sort here. Hold on. One more try. Nope. Teeny stinky way. Hershey Highway? Where? I don't like these things. Okay. That's the back way. That's the front way. It's this way. Hey! Riders, untie! You don't, do that? You love it. 2 shots. This gun is amazing. Glass from me, we'll break it. Need a bomb, huh? No? Really? That cracked wall look usually has. Oh shit.
This case reeks
Secret,
more
huh?
ways than one.
This isn't the main way I was supposed to go? I didn't know it then, but the next leap about to smack me right in the face. Pow! Hey, Batman. Oh. Okay. No? Yes? Oh. God likes the funny noises and voices that makes the dog so excited. Who, what, where? What? What is happening? Oh, okay. Oh, I can shoot him through there, huh? There you go. Oh, shit.
Hey, you! In the trench coat! Get me out of here! I'm with the good cops! Oh, I can tell the other ones
You
are
don't look
bad,
like one of the good cops. Just saying. It means... That sounds like fight music. Oh, I guess that's it, huh? Here we go. No? I thought I was gonna open all the doors. Am I wrong? What'd that do? What'd it do? Oh, this one too? I am so confused. What prison key where? Oh, damn it. I thought it would do something. Anything. Once I figure this out, I'm gonna feel like an idiot. Solution is probably right there. Really? There's a door. What is that? Big thing of ammo. So all these guys are going to attack me? Not you.
Yeah, forms. We gotta fill those out before,
Oh. Really? I thought there was another one. Is that it? Might as well check all these rooms, huh? I didn't even notice she got up. Avoid Kitty, special at the sneak, ninja, panther stuff. What is this? Oh, nice. Timmy, what? Still not entry, huh? That's weird. Those are stacked perfectly. Do these do anything though? Must be pistol ammo. This is where I came in. Will you talk to me now?
Yeah, forms. We gotta fill those out before,
What forms? What are you talking about? So confused. These are all shut up. Can't get in there. There's nothing in either of these. This is a dead body. With a little bit of money. Maybe there's gotta be something to do with this. Has to be. Oh, okay. Open it. Nice.
All that elementary math finally paid off.
That's a dog. It is a dog. This dog right here. Hold on a second. 1 second. Let me move this over here. Come here. Yes, right there. Yes. You're... You're so cute. God. You must pet me too. You took a break to pet the kitty. You must pet me too. Yes. You have to. You play this game too. Too. Yes, I do. It's by threes. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Oh, Oh no, I want to go over. Went over, dog. Oh no, dog. Okay, this takes me back. There we go. I did it. I did. I know. It's so cute. Oh my dog. And down he goes. Rub my belly forever. I must play the game. It's so good. Good game. Oh my god, somebody just blew up. Help! Look at these little guys. I've seen them before. Get the forms.
Ah, yeah, forms.
Nope.
Gotta fill those out before,
Well, times change. Used to
Oh
be a
yeah.
police station, now it's a police corporate office.
Shots? Wow. What was that? Someone shoot at me? Confused. One shot? Oh shit. That worked great. Acid bomb.
He's got the look of a cop, but not the precinct stink.
Overkill. I love it. This game is so good. Puppy. So cute. Oh, to these animals. Can I zoom in a little bit? No, it won't let me. That's okay. I got chat in two places. Just trying to get the cell phone chat just a little bit bigger. Oh, hold on. Okay, we didn't have move restrictions that time. What's that? Ooh, treasure map? Map of Mouseburg's sewer system. A few manholes and tunnels are circled in red. A route? Nuh-uh. You know, it reminds me of, actually, it reminds me of the Roger Rabbit
Crooked cops were
game
hauling
that they
shrooms
made
into
for
the sewers.
Nintendo.
Why?
There was like
No one could
some
know.
weird, crazy sewer system
The shrews
that would
and
kill you
the
so
cops.
bad if you went inside of it. Don't need health. Yes. Ooh, Tommy gun time! Yes! Oh, yes. You give me some people to shoot. You ain't gonna disappoint me, are you? My only option to go back, or... Hold on, I see something else over here. James Gunn. The name's Gunn. James Gunn. Bad guys coming. Where they at? You have a lot of health back here. Hopefully I can come back here if I need to. Can I upgrade through here? No, I don't think so. Oh, do that.
Ah, hell. Time to move.
Yeah, forms. We've got to fill those out before,
I gotta get back to Corny, fast. It didn't seem like much at first. Wasn't even sure it was a case, but the job Stilton handed me felt like I stepped right on a buried mine. The mess with the shrews, well, Ruckus don't seem to cut it. Poor bastards. I was in too deep. Way deeper than I signed up for. Stilton. He shoved me into this mess. Now it's his turn to pull me back out. Well, that was awful in more ways than one. Gotta fill everyone in, not just Stilton.
Oh wow, I wonder how long I was muted for. Oh well, that's what it is. I must have hit the button by accident. Maybe once the dog was kicking my arm. Ooh! Level 8 card? I need to bring OBS back down, or this audio down here on this screen, real quick. Hold on. If I do that, oh, then I'll be able to see what's going on better. I squish it a little bit. Hold on. What about the game music? What is that? Oh, it is what it is. I can at least see my microphone's audio better. Shoot. We're gonna end up with a draw, I bet. and strike him out. Uh-oh. Slammed it. Oh. Must have been a foul or something. Nobody moved and he was out pretty much. I don't have any. Let's see. Go to this one. What do we get? Ooh, yes. Get out of here. Win. 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 Let's see. Stilton. Outside, isn't it? Or is he in my place? My place. There he is. What's up, Stilton?
So, did you find anything of substance?
Not sure you want to hear this, Cornelius.
That bad, huh?
Worse. The cops, they were rounding up their shrews. Not an arrest or two, more like a district-wide hunt.
What?
Yeah, but these weren't your run-of-the-mill, trigger-happy, cheese-chewing, law-abiding cops. Something's rotten in the police force. Stinks worse than blue cheese on a hot day.
You're saying
Ooh,
these police were dirty?
Crooked as a broken nose. They've even been locking up their own behind bars. Must be some internal squabble to keep the honest cops from squeaking.
And the shrews. So they lock them up
Fruit
too?
protein drink.
Not that I could see.
Very
These
thick.
crooked cops must be holding them somewhere else. I did find a sewer map, though, so diving into the muck is next on my list.
Oh, if what you're saying is true,
Gotta work it
this
down.
is most
Like
concerning.
smoothie or
Oh, those poor
a
little
shape.
rodents.
Oh, and it's carbonated and super sour, so it's weird. Creamy and carbonated. Yummy, yummy. Ooh, you know what I want to do when I go to get that phone call? I should make myself a strawberry matcha. It was so freaking good. I've never even heard of strawberry and matcha together. You can't even tell. I mean, I like the taste of matcha. I don't even really like green tea, but I
Don't
like
mind
matcha.
me. Just
Barely
loitering
taste it with the
professionally.
strawberry though. It just gives it almost, I don't know. I'm weird. I think matcha kind of tastes like chocolate. Everyone's like, no, dude. No way. My taste buds are just weird, I guess. Same with the, hey, is it called the acai berry? ACAI? I'm probably butchering the enunciation, but yeah. That tastes like chocolate to me, kind of. People are like, what? Chocolate cherry. Chocolate black cherry. Oh, hell yeah. These things I need to spend my money on. These are cool and all, but let's see. Bartholomew Creasley. Ooh, what the fuck? MJ Game. Too swole to control. Mama Jody Gain over here. Pitcher. I wish they would actually show the people batting and pitching, though. That would be great. Joe Jody Gain. Johnny Drawers. What? Oh, wow. A 7 and a 1. 7's good. I think I'm gonna get him. Starter deck, huh? Let's see. Joel Blunt. Oh my god. That's a 9? Yeah, give me that guy too. Walk away with one badass batter and pitcher. Oh, my neck. I'm gonna have to put more pillow behind me. Pillow's cutting out nicely. One of the recent Mousburg Herald issues. This one has a prominent piece about a new political party formed in response to what the critics call the meager and meek politics of one like Cornelius Stilton and his party and colleagues. The new group called Big Mouse Party endorses, though not exclusively, mice who are big and strong, just as the name implies. The BMP is rapidly gaining popularity, especially among young citizens of Mouseburg.
Cheesy mysteries rule the headlines these days.
Jeez. What do you mean new arrival? Just the bullets? Anything else? Maybe Tammy's got new stuff? I got some more points, I think. Oh, that's right. Damage clip size, max ammo. Spray and pray rapidly dumps a ton of bullets at the cost of a wider spread. Yeah. Everything else other than that sounds great. Here. Let's just go ahead and this. What's this one? Okay, there's the price right underneath them now. It might have been there the first time, I just didn't notice it. I thought it was only 2 because I saw the 2 there. I'm so torn. Probably get this, so. Why not? There we go. It's got a little bit. I love the fact that they change appearance. That's it. 409. I have to say in about a few minutes, I'm going to go on one of the breaks that I normally go on. And then I'll get things set up for the DJ booth and some things to go on behind me while I go ahead and take a phone call. And I'll put it on the screen again. So, oh no. Oh, I am dead. What if these are the sewers you're supposed to try to go into, or if it's out and about? I think it's out and about. So what I'm hoping to do is actually like lay over the phone call a little bit over like the normal be right back 15-minute thing. I don't know, those clips are addictive even for me to watch. I'm not even saying that because I'm like gloating over my own clips, but I like watching game clips. Huh? Yeah, I need to upload some more of those clips, honestly. Probably need to get in the car. In your and the clergy clues. Let's go. Forgot about that.
Unravel schmunravel.
A map of Mouseburg's sewer system. Few manholes, tunnels are circled in red. A route? Weird cops keep rounding up shrews and they're not going to jail. Ooh.
Not just any sewers, then. It's the old subway. Filthy as they come. Better check it out.
Alright, let's see. Who's... Well, I'm gonna go ahead and start up the Be Right Back now. Because I'm supposed to be going straight to the next mission. There's nothing else to do, I don't think. Actually, let me double check at the, what's it called, the bar. See if there's anything I can refill. Is it you? Or is that at a roadhouse? I think it's at a roadhouse I have to take up a few extra minutes. Go to a roadhouse real quick. Yes. Need to go there. We're gonna go to that little shack right after it first. Oh. Hitting the wrong button. I got the keyboard sideways. Fucking with me. Okay. Where the roadhouse is a nice little save point, and I can refill my ammo. I think I already did, honestly. What's that? Oh, hell yeah! Got upgrades right there. That's badass. Okay. Oh my god. I can literally hold almost double, might be double the amount of bullets for that thing now. Yes. Save the rest. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna take that break. I will be back about 15 with some videos, and I shouldn't be on the phone call whenever I come back for more than like 15, 20. Never very long. All right. See you guys in a minute. Anyway. Oh, I turned that down real far. At least for my ears. Or okay. Or
The underbelly was crawling with lice. Or maybe mice. Either way, it stank worse than a campaign promise. All the grime from that cop washed down here.
that did.
If I wanted to find missing shrews, I had to push through.
I'm so close. He's on fire! Boom shakalaka laka! Oh? I swear I just heard someone say, die! Oh, cool. Better use some of this.
Here than a midnight raid on a dairy truck.
Cheese,
Something smells off.
bootleg and cheese. Ooh. Tickets, please. I swear I heard someone else. Anything in here? Bullets. Now the question is, was I supposed to go this way? Yeah, it looks like I am. Double check. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know which way is the right way. Forget there's a button that's supposed to tell you which way you're supposed to go. Because this is not the main way. Cool. Ew. Dang. I'm hoping, was the music videos playing while I was, could you tell? Oh, it wasn't showing up behind me? Oh. Huh. Really? Damn it. No. That's not how it's supposed to look at all. I wonder how I get it to show up on the screen. I'm gonna have to do a display capture. That's what I should have done, I guess. Now I feel like a fool. Fool, I tell you. That's alright, I was gonna cut it out anyways. Just a hat, but a shrew-sized hat nonetheless. There can't be more solid proof of shrew trafficking through the sewers. The question is, where?
These cheese leggers in on the shrew racket. Time to find someone higher up.
Like the first time that they've gotten that close, one of those little guys. Like, make sure I'm not missing any secrets. Lots of health.
Wrong guy.
What?
No sign of the shrews. Either they vanished into thin air, or I've been chasing my own tail again.
Awesome here. Nice. And some decent decks. Cards here. I hate flying animals.
Oof, this place is big. Impractically big.
Oh, I didn't get me at all. Really? Wow, give me a lot of bullets. Oh yeah. Nothing? Oh, question. Can I get up there? You grease, see? Nothing but grease. Because why not? Oh, there's one right there too. Awesome. I dropped the water level. Might be something hiding back there. Secrets anywhere. Everywhere. Woo! Oh, hold on. Just in case you fall. Must be. Unbreakable glass, huh? Oh. Let's see. Oh. No! No! There might be something down here. Yeah, there's a hole. Nope, that's not a hole. No. Money. There's a ladder. Come on over here. Come on over here. Oh. Dickhead. Oh. Oh. There was something over there. Where or what? Ew. Yeah. Ew, someone. Oh! Hell no! You grow? What are you? Eh! Touched it! You're all nasty, whoever is doing what. Guaranteed. Right in the eyeball. My balls. My eyeball. The fuck? Let me shotgun. This part. Oh, what? There we go. Mouse November 11th. Who are you?
Don't shoot, mister. I swear, I ain't one of these no-good two-bit cheese-leggers. I just asked for tickets, and they gave me a knuckle sandwich instead.
Knuckle
Relax.
sandwich.
I'm a PI. I
Oh.
don't rough up people for no good reason. Cheeseleggers, though, plenty of reasons there.
Yeah, like walking around with no tickets. And in those filthy, briny overalls.
Sure. Wait, briny?
Like they took a swim in pickle juice or salt water. Must be a part of that shady business they're running.
I see. Say, where'd your dance partners run off to?
Hard to tell. Been too busy seeing stars since they left. But if I had to guess, I'd say they're running their racket further down the canals. Lot of movement for a section that's supposed to be shut down. Oh, and watch out for their foreman. He's got a nasty snap.
Duly noted. Thanks.
Say, you wouldn't happen to have a ticket on you, would you?
Don't push your luck, Bob.
I don't.
Not even a little ticket stub?
Not even a stub?
I guess chaos truly reigns in Mouseburg.
What's up, puppy? Oh, bitches. I should have got my Tommy gun out for that. What do you think, dog?
Not even a little ticket stub? Well, I guess chaos truly reigns in Mouseburg.
Come on, Bo. Oh, I'm gonna get you.
So, you're the pesky mouse.
So the rumors are true. A giant gator in the sewers with a Gatling gun.
You better believe it, bub.